Testing, testing. I mean, I'm not getting stream overloaded now, or encoding overloaded now. But the frame rate is dipping. There's no reason why the frame rate should be dipping when I'm on a fixed screen. And I'm betting it's going to go real unhappy when I go to a non-fixed screen. Well, I mean, it seems to be working. It doesn't seem to be choppy. It's not great, but it doesn't seem to be choppy anyway. I mean, I hate this. Change nothing and everything breaks. Okay, I'm gonna work under the assumption that things are kind of working now, so holler if they're not. Let me just reset that face rig orientation now that I've been squirming about a lot. I mean, judging only by the head, weasels and mice look essentially indistinguishable. So, yes, I'm gonna go with, yeah, that sounds about right. That was just my, weasel mouse racism. Okay, that seems to be working. I didn't actually, like, all I changed was my recording resolution, but which shouldn't matter for this stream, but in the future that'll matter a lot, so I'm gonna have to figure out what's going on. Maybe it's time for a new computer. That's the best thing to buy while you're in quarantine. Let's re-announce this stream now that it feels like it might actually be working. I'm not going to make YouTube videos of this. It's just going to be the stream archive. We're actually going to have a gap in YouTube videos because of this. This is not a recording. This is just nonsense. Just madness. Okay. So this is you know what? I don't even need to be wearing headphones. Let me take off my headphones. My headphones are getting in my way. This bootleg is totally silent right now, so doesn't really matter if I'm not wearing headphones at all. Okay, let's discuss the current and eventual state of things here. I don't have enough videos to cover the gap, no, Speclad. So I'm trying to decide if I'm just going to stream this, or given that it was pretty close to do random games, if maybe like every other stream I'll do something different. So maybe next stream I'll do random games instead. But yeah, nothing is decided. So anyway, let's talk bootlegs. Let's talk bootlegs now that we're finally in here. So this is a virtual machine. I have this set up on Mixer. Why is Mixer unusable? Is Mixer unusable because of something on my end? That's all I care about. So this is a virtual machine. I set this up on a virtual machine because I didn't want to broadcast my real machine. And it has my code for this bootleg. As you can see, lots been going on so far. The log is a single initial import, and that's all. And this bootleg is written using the CC65 C compiler, so we're gonna have a real easy time. We're gonna write a bootleg in C. Why not? And let's look at the state of the bootleg so far. So I'm going to mention there's not going to be any music in this bootleg. Git RPO is me. There's not going to be any music in this bootleg. Music is kind of largely orthogonal in NES, the way that NES works, so I should be able to inject music later. The reason I sort of abandoned this effort in the first place is that I was finding the music part to be really annoying, so I didn't bother with it. Anyway, so this is going to be a bootleg of East of Eden. Let me show you what I have so far. This is East of Eden, the video game that no one has ever asked for or wanted by Yahweasel. The original didn't have music either. What, like the actual book East of Eden? I mean, fair enough. East of Eden, indeed, it was a novel. It didn't have music. Actually, just before I go into that, let me show you. If you press select, then because I'm the only person on Earth who gives a shit about licensing, oh, look at that. That still shows 2019, which is when I started this, which is fine. If you click select, you can see the whole license, including the CC65 license and information on the art assets, which I just outright stole. So there you go. Then back to the title screen. So the only NES game with licensing information in the game. Anyway, so this is East of Eden, the video game that no one has ever asked for or wanted. Dramatic prologue zoom in there. So obviously this is an RPG. You do indeed have your standard RPG stats. We're currently playing as Abel, who has 100 HP. His love for his Lord God is 100. His prowess with sheep is 40. His original sin is 100. And his love for Cain is just a little bit shy of 100 for some reason or another. And we walk through these lovely fields of wheat looking really, really shitty. And if we walk over here, Cain wears a cape, because of course he does. Your fields of fine grain truly reflect the divine glory of our Lord God, Cain. Be not concerned with the respect God shows for my sheep. Have faith that he only wants what's best for us both. But Cain doesn't have good feelings about that. Cain? Brother? And then the battle system. Pretty standard RPG battle system, I say as a joke. So if you haven't read East of Eden, nothing good happens in East of Eden. It's a terrible book, by which I don't mean that it's not well written or anything like that. I mean, like, it is a book of only tragedies. So the joke or gimmick of this bootleg as I write it, you saw that all the stats were nonsense. Well, the battles are going to be nonsense. Like, it is an RPG battle engine. It has the parts it needs to do an RPG battle, but literally my goal is there is not a single battle in this game that you can actually win. You just go through the game getting killed time after time, and every single battle you lose. I think nothing could better reflect East of Eden than that. Than just, there's only losing. You can only lose in this game. And by the way, East of Eden, the book, doesn't actually have like a novelization of the story of Cain and Abel, but the whole story is just like a really layered on thick sort of allegory of Cain and Abel, and so I started with this as a prologue. Anyway, so Abel can fight, guard, or run, but I mean, Abel wouldn't fight his brother Cain. This is his brother who he loves. Seems a bit unfair. So Abel is on guard, but Cain attacks Abel for 464 damage, and Abel dies. And the Lord said unto Cain, Where is Abel thy brother? And he said, I know not. Am I my brother's keeper? And he said, What hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground. And now art thou cursed from the earth, which hath opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand. When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength. A fugitive and a vagabond shalt thou be in the earth. And Cain said unto the Lord, My punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, thou hast driven me out of this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face shall I be hid, and I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. Those are the words you just said, so I thought I'd repeat them to you in case you forgot, God. And it shall come to pass that every one that findeth me shall slay me. And the Lord said unto him, Therefore whoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And the Lord set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. And Cain went out from the presence of the Lord, and dwelt in the land of Nod, on the east of Eden. That's the reference. Did you get it? Shouldn't all this be in Chinese? No, is the answer to that question, Speglad. Cain lived and had children, and Abel lives only in the story. We are all Cain's children. That's a quote directly from the book. But, editor's note, even if the Tanakh is taken literally, there is no canonical evidence that we are the descendants of Cain. Adam even had other children, and Noah, and thus the entire male progeny surviving the flood, descended from Seth, their third. If Noah's wife, or the wife of one of his children was a descendant of Cain, then we're descended through that line, but scripture treats women with a bit less respect than it treats cattle, so whether this is the case is undocumented. But hey, let's not fault Steinbeck for the ignorance of one of his characters. And that's where we stand. Then it starts part one, and part one doesn't exist yet, so we just go back to the title screen. So you can see I have sort of the basics of an engine here, but I don't really have a game. And the reason I don't have a game is that I wrote that sort of as a joke, and then I never finished it because I got frustrated with music, and we're just not going to get frustrated with music this time. I'm just not going to do music. Why is it that as I just sort of move around, Yahweasel's head gets further and further back? I keep having to recalibrate. There we go. Let's briefly explore the actual bootlegs. So NES games have multiple banks, and CC65 supports compiling for the NES, but it doesn't really support multiple banks, so I had to be a bit tricky. So I describe all my banks in this file, banks.json. And there are banks, well, bank 0 is special, but it has the characters in it, among other things. Then there are banks that have CHRs, which unfortunately is confusing with characters. Characters is the actual, like, statistics on characters. CHRs is, like, sprite banks, or just graphics banks in general. This comes from NES. This is just an English word. So this describes each of the character banks and how much space it has. So icons have 2 rows in the standard sort of arrangement. Then we have ASCII for all of the text, the title screen. I have no idea what that reference is, Unsingable. Back 1 is background tiles. I have a bunch of crap imported from Final Fantasy III. And then, so Abel and Cain, and then the rest that would be Sprite Bank 1. Each actual sprite takes 2 rows. If we look in CHR, then, well, there's nothing to be done right now, but I have the actual stuff in all the formats it needs to be. What does this use? This uses BMP to CHR, which I don't even have installed on this system, so I might have to fix that at some point. But if I do like this, and let's just open Sprite Bank 1. So yeah, here are the sprites for Cain and Abel. And I'm going to reuse the sprites for Cain and Abel, by the way. This I was messing with. I don't remember why now, to be honest. Anyway, so that's the idea. Basically, a lot of things are generated programmatically. And then, yeah, because it doesn't really support multiple banks. So, like, if I make clean here... let me just make the library. That's not how to make the library. That's not how to make the library. Oh, lib/lib.lib. Good, well named. So, like, there's 0.bank, and it actually makes these bank files, and then the final linking step literally is just concatenating them together. That's it. Why is there a JavaScript file in there, asks SpecLad. So there's a bunch of generated files based on banks.json, and banks.js just generates those files. So like banksgen.h just has like generated for all of the information, like where is the sprite Abel? Well, it's sprite number 0 in bank 0. So it just lets you load that stuff using symbolic names so that I can go in here and change where they actually are, but then use the symbolic names instead. So those generated files obviously aren't very readable, but they provide the information you need. Right, overworlds. So we'll definitely end up spending a bit of time in here. Basically, you create worlds in this format, which is just a quick format I made myself. And you can see that the actual world is just described sort of in text. And then up here, I show, like, this is sprite 0C in this particular sprite bank. And these are its properties, like it's impassable in this case. So this is that it's palette number 1, and it's impassable, and then it ought to be, yeah, like the wheat is palette number 0, so this was palette 0. These numbers you just have to like refer to the developer documentation for NES to remember that. Did you use the comment character as part of the map? This format, so the format changes dramatically the moment it uses the word world, the moment it sees the word world. So up until that point, this hash is the comment character, but only if it's the first character on a line. And then after that, after world, it's literally like this exact text because you're just drawing it. Van Webbe, the whole point of making East of Eden a bootleg is it's like the worst conceivable book to make a bootleg of. It's completely stupid. Like there's no reason to make a bootleg of East of Eden, and that's why I'm making a bootleg of East of Eden. It's meant to be terrible. So I built a bunch of worlds just to sort of explore the tiles that I've stolen from Final Fantasy III, and I'll admit it's not great. So let me go ahead and change which bank you start in. So I think that should work fine. Oh, but it's still going to do the prologue and such. Just a second, let me... I had a quick go-to here just to get rid of all that prologue stuff and jump directly into the game. Oh, am I not actually including those worlds anymore? Sorry, I sort of picked this up, having not really... Oh no, FF3A and FF3B and such are still there. Why didn't that work? I picked this up, and I haven't really looked at it since I first wrote it, so I have no idea to what degree it works. Of course this is Debian. How dare you ask? As if I would use anything else. What is happening here? Why isn't that world correct? It's nothing to do with my go-to failing, is it? No, that works. 3A. Oh, is FF3A broken, but FF3B and such are fine? Anyway, this is just so I can see what tiles I have available, and I'll tell you what, I mean, I can't draw. So, like, even using these tiles is gonna be a bit of a trick. What's wrong with FF3A? Let's debug any... That's, like, what we're gonna be doing most of the time, Speclad. Like, what did you expect? What is wrong with this world? By the way, that just generates... this is, you know, another case of auto-generated crap, but it just generates... oh, that's right, this is actually in ASCII. It just generates, like, the raw data that needs to go in. Nothing especially exciting there. But now I'm very curious about what happened to FF3A. Is it possible that this just wasn't actually... I don't have Node installed! That's gonna be a problem. May as well install npm2 just in case I need it. As I said, Speclad, I set up a virtual machine for this stream, and I just, like, copied the current state of things over to the virtual machine. I didn't develop it on this virtual machine. I developed it on a real system. Well, that's gonna take a while. That's a lot of packages. Thrilling installation action. Fine, go watch Best Fits. A more intensive form of liquid. What does that mean? Should I urinate on
I
it?
think you see a momentary stirring of life in the dehydrated creature.
And why is whatever this is in quotes? Oh no! Help! This is like the first scene in porn. That's why it's a sarcastic cry for help. Boy, I've just invented in my mind, like, the worst porn plot ever. We're on the Titanic, it's going down. I'm ashamed of myself. I killed your mate. You fine with that? I'll chop you in half! Yeah, I'll bet she's not so happy about that. So apparently crocodiles are tougher than alligators. Also, crocodiles live in swamps, and alligators live in zoos. That sentence broke down halfway through saying it. Stop hurting my team. They're important well, they're not that important to me, but them being alive means I don't lose the game. And in that sense, they're important to me. They are victory insurance. Holy bullets.
In hell.
Holy bullets in hell, Batman. What the hell voice was I doing there? I'm Cowboy Robin.
Cowboy Robin. What?
I have no idea where that was supposed to be going. So this is the top. Satisfied. I doubt that changed anything. I don't think that's actually in the Git repository anyway, so that was not the right way to test regardless. This is not going to work. Oh, okay. So something was broken like that, but whatever. Anyway, so this is the tiles we have in FF3A. And then, of course, we also have tiles in FF3B, and etc., etc. Oh no, this is FF3C. Never mind, that's still not working. What happened to FF3A? Yeah, that looks good. That seems like what I want. Oh, this is just like the loop waiting for input. that's not actually a problem. That's just nothing. Dang it. This is so silly because now I'm gonna like spend who knows how long debugging nothing. I certainly hope y'all are putting on some music or whatever to not have to watch this crap. Oh. Well, gee, maybe the problem is that that was some terrible old crap that wasn't actually correct at all. Symbol, not a number, is undefined. Sweet. Okay, so that's like horrifically out of date somehow. This is why you don't write this shit in JavaScript, by the way. Can I get any sense of where that nan is happening? Sprite Kane. Is this action? Is there no test Kane action? There's a test Kane action. Speclad, this was the pristine state. The problem is that I didn't actually, like, the FF3A bank wasn't working. I had just used it to help me make the initial bank, so I wasn't thinking about, you know, did I actually leave it in a good state? There we go. I just had a broken cane. Now to figure out what's wrong with Kane. Oh, I've actually changed that syntax. That's what's wrong. Oops. The syntax for a sprite. Yeah. It has the sprite properties now. I didn't have that before. That's the problem. Because you have to somewhere specify, like, what direction the sprite is facing and such. This is not the greatest make file in the world, so I keep having to make clean. Well, Kane isn't here, but, like, other than that, great! Where is Kane supposed to be? Oh, wait, Kane isn't here because I still have to comment it out. Oh, the world of stupid. Hi, Kane, what's up? Okay. So I think... did I actually implement this? I think there was a game of Choose Which Hole, so that I could look at the other FF3A worlds. Yeah, because that's what Test 0 through Test 8 are supposed to be. So what is actually happening there? We're collectively learning what it is that I was trying to accomplish here. I mean, he is Kane, unsingable. Attributes and then action. What do those actions actually do? I don't know if they do anything useful. I left this in, like, a very incomplete state, obviously. Oh, they do, like, nothing. They just go back to where they already were. They just put you back in FF3A? Oh, no. Plus N. What happens if Abel kills Kane? So, we have a battle And then, yeah, if the outcome of the battle was victory, then we get this nice message here. And then the game ends. We have an answer to what happens if Abel kills Cain. The answer is that whoever's playing the game gets called a cheating bastard. I'm very unclear on why this didn't work. I'm not sure, like, how does my overworld code actually handle embedded actions right now? Oh man, yeah, this code sucks, but all I want is my actual movement. Perform tile action. Call 0, action bank, and action index. Let me just check whether tile actions are working at all. I realize that we aren't actually building a bootleg right now, but like this was always going to start with just making something work. Yeah, okay, that's just not working at all. Okay, let's remember my syntax. Actions should be the fifth element. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is the fifth element. But the action isn't actually happening. So it gets an attribute to indicate that there is an action. And then it gets the action as a definition, and then at some point we're going to go, yeah, definition.action, in which case it writes out an action, which is action bank, action name, board, tile. Is that the correct format? Bank, index, screen, tile. That looks right. And then world actions just come, what, at the end of the world? I mean, that would be tough for NES. This is some advanced debugging for NES. The thing is, I definitely changed how world actions work, and so it's entirely possible that this is just, like, garbage. Let me just get to my overworld, like, starting code, which is not named overworld. Cool. Full reload, fade in. Okay, so full reload presumably does the interesting things. Update subtables, that's going to be what I want. Equals world action, world sprites plus world sprites. Yeah, somehow there is no no dwarf for NES, shockingly enough. Now this feels wrong. That's not right at all, because that's a fixed thing. Oh, that's right. There are a fixed number of sprites per overworld. So actually that should be right as long as we're generating it consistently. See, the big problem is, like, I want to generate code, but then it's, you know, in two different places. Oh, well, that definitely can't be right, because this is outputting 8 properties. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and this is outputting 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm going to assume that the first one is right. I could check, but why check when you cannot? So that probably was the problem. Sorry, I'm just looking at memes. There is SpecLad, but it's very new, and I learned JavaScript before it existed, so I still often don't use it as I ought to. I have the burden of knowledge. Yep, okay. That was the problem. There we go. So this is just a quick way of getting into all of the other test worlds, or breaking the game if you go beyond the end of the test worlds. And that also allowed me to fix my world generator, which is also a good thing, so hooray! So this should just go back to where we are, and then each of the other ones should teleport us to the other worlds. So this way I can quickly sort of see what tile sets I have available. Now, let's think about the fact that notionally we are writing a game. I think given that I just fixed all of that crap, the next thing to do would be to import it. I don't want that, but I want everything in Overworlds. Doop ba doop da doop da doop ba doo doop ba doop. Now, specifically, we're writing a game of this book. Where am I? Chapter 3. There's a lot of sort of, So, by the way, this is, in this particular PDF, this is 465 pages. Yeah, that's what I said, SpecLad. I said that it does, but it's new. That's what I said. Hence, now. But we can skip a lot. We don't really need things. So, yeah, background on the Salinas Valley, but we didn't even start in the Salinas Valley. That's more background on the Salinas Valley. Chapter 2. We're not going to meet Samuel Hamilton for a long time. This is all still in Salinas Valley. More moving out west. We're not even in California. Yes, Speckla. You know, what I said is I would really like somebody to join me in this recording who's actually read East of Eden, and the problem is that apparently I'm the only human being on Earth who's read East of Eden, so screw all y'all. No, unsingable. Emphatically not. But also, we're just not really gonna do this. The thing is, I know the story mostly, and so I'm just going to be doing a lot of skipping. Okay, so, right, this is the birth of Adam Trask. Oh, but this is background on Cyrus. Do we want the background on Cyrus? We could have how he lost his leg. Who was he fighting against? The Injuns? Drove a two-wheeled cart too fast. Is it the Civil War that Cyrus was in? Does it even make it clear? What was Cyrus Trask actually in? Thanks for all the information. Yeah, Civil War. Okay. So let's make a scene where Cyrus Trask gets his leg blown off. How about that? So we're gonna need... Oh, I'm gonna need those CHR to BMP and BMP to CHR scripts. Okay, please hold. I'm gonna go find where the hell I put those and put them together. The thing, Specklad, is that, like, the inspiration here is how many bizarre things there are bootlegs of, so I'm actually trying to stick fairly faithfully. No, I mean, not faithful would be a long shot, but, like, I'm trying to choose the stupidest possible scenes, let's put it that way. The scenes that, like, you definitely shouldn't have this scene, because it's not a scene that should be in a bootleg game. So we're trying to be faithful in the sense of stupid. That it talks. I just traded a lacquer pot for it, which makes so much sense. Oh, I see you have, a really crappy pot that was made in China. I'll trade you for a magical talking animal. We will be fellow travelers. I'm Alice. What's your name? Meow. Meow? Have you ever heard of a man named Odin? Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Hello, mysterious foreigner. Would you like an old crappy boot?
Nope.
I don't like that there aren't even interactions. It's just like, yeah. I don't understand how to offer a boot to this person. And so he's gonna put them on his feet and just crush his feet into it. God, it hurts so much, but they're such fine shoes. Nope.
Nope.
Well, you tried.
Can I hammer
Looks
it
like
to
you're
death?
gonna need a mongoose. A cobbler would use this small hammer to make shoes. You're going to use it to beat a snake to death. You're crazy. Do snakes like lumps of beeswax?
I don't know. Maybe they do. Well. So I got the snake and the wagon. Am I missing something?
What do you mean you got the wagon? You didn't
Those
get
are the two.
those are the two
okay,
things
you
that I
have.
got in the sense of right. In the sense of those are the two things you still have to deal with. Sorry, you lose. Episode over. To sled across these ice spikes.
Well, I mean, it spreads the weight out a little bit.
Crafted sled. I would trust a cobbler's hammer to climb ice. I don't know
Well,
about you.
I don't know what else to do.
Okay, I am ready for ostrich, as ready as I'll ever be. I hate this. I think that the AI in these two characters has forced them to stand here staring at each other for the remainder of time. Look at this. This is crazy. That's amazing. I am a guard. I am a citizen. Could such things ever be? Dramatic music. No, okay, whatever. I am lost out. 9, let's go abroad for liking your strong. I don't know what it is today. Why? Okay, I've got my my conversion tools actually available, which seems like a good thing to have at hand. So who do we want for Cyrus Trask? Let me just extract all of this. This is just shit extracted directly from Final Fantasy III, in case that was non-obvious. Except for this! This I drew myself! That's my own sprite rank 1. Those are character sets. Who should be Cyrus? I think given that he's a soldier, we want to go with, like, this guy down here. This is Abel. Great Final Fantasy III spoiler. A maid. Well, no, because the thing is, I'm using the mage sprite as Abel. And this sort of, I'm not even sure who this is, as Cain. So I need something that is distinctly different. Ooh, I like this one. But no, I think this, like, let's imagine that he's a soldier in a sense that he really isn't, is the way to go. So this is the one we need to actually modify. No, you don't understand, Speclad. This game has about 1 million allegories to Cain and Abel in it, and Cyrus's children are the allegories to Cain and Abel, so those looks are already taken by his children. So I really need a more distinct look for Cyrus himself, because his child Adam is going to be Abel, and his child Charles is going to be Cain. So my format and Final Fantasy III's format aren't quite identical, so it won't be quite sufficient just to do this, but that is a starting. Can I display a grid, please? Configure grid. That is not a good color for a grid when the background color is black. So I have plenty of respect for Steinbeck. What I don't have respect for in this book is how just, like, just overly hammered home the Cain and Abel allegory is. The whole book is just that, and it is like, okay, I get it, leave me alone. Yeah, so all of the Cains and Abels have C names and A names. It's like, it's real dumb. Ham-fisted, that's exactly the term I was looking for. This didn't actually turn the grid on. How do I turn the grid on? View grid? Show grid. That'll do. Okay, so I need top of head, facing forwards. Right, okay. And then the way I do stepping is totally different. I've taken the approach of why not be lazy when you can be lazy. So a lot of this is done quite lazily. So, like, I have the standing position and the stepping position totally independent of each other. Flip tool, please. Flip tool, please. Which of these is the flip tool? There we go. I need archers. I'm unsure of whether I need archers. So, like, in Final Fantasy 3... you can't actually, like, you're always stepping, and I find that annoying for these purposes, so I just, like, slightly modify the sprite to make it a bit less doofusy when he's just standing, and so hence different states. That's kind of an amazing idea, Speclad. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna be needing NPCs, but I'm not there yet. Okay, let's get the stepping sprite in. Then comes the back of his head. Then comes the standing sprite facing that way. Oops, that's a little bit too zoomed in. That's a little bit too zoomed out. That's a little bit the wrong tool. Oops, that's... right, then comes the walking sprite. This just makes it look a little bit better than Final Fantasy III did, because they can actually stand rather than always be walking. Like, if you look at Final Fantasy III, they're literally always walking. It's a little bit silly. Is there no... Wow, did I actually draw the... No, there it is. I was like, is there no just standing still state? No, there is. Then the walking sprite. And then I actually have two walking sprites so that they can have both a left and right step, but Final Fantasy III didn't, so I'm just copying that lazily. And then these three are actually battle sprites, which, for the time being, are always just inversions of the left standing sprite. But I have left myself the opportunity to have a different battle sprite if I wanted to. Oops, what did I just do? It's actually, by the way, a little bit worse than them getting, the right holder sends a DMCA takedown for this. It's actually a little bit worse than them getting cardio unsingable, because they don't stand and walk in place. They just stand in a walking position in place. It's really quite doofusy in the original. Do. Then, right, you have to be a little bit careful about this. It has to be 24-bit. It should not have color space information. Okay, now we just add that to the bank. Cyrus doesn't have a brother with an A name, somehow. Somehow he managed to stay away for that. Now, I probably should actually define that character. I guess Cyrus is going to be playable, so let's use the playable version. Maybe he already killed him before the story started. Probably. Cyrus had a brother named Anus, but Anus is already dead. Cyrus, this is in his brash youth. Let's give him 100 and... Let's make it look like it could be a coincidence, 173. So, then MP... I don't actually use MP at all because the battle system is bullshit, so I don't really know what I'm going to do with that. Now, what properties should Cyrus have? Let me just leave these as 0 for the time being to sort of have a default value, and then we can start thinking about what sort of properties Cyrus should have. Thank you, Specklad. Thank you so goddamn much. That's incredible. I mean, he joined the Union Army, so let's go with love for his country. I don't know why he capitalized country there. Number of legs. That is genuinely amazing, Specklash. That's fabulous. Let's put his love for his country at 86. Number of legs. Number of children. Love for children. Number of children starts as 1, and his love for his children really never was high. I'm gonna put this as like 42. 42 is too obvious. 43. Okay, so we should have a playable Cyrus character now. Number of legs. That is really too good. What am I trying to do? Right, I need to add that. Oh, I already added that character there. I think I already ran this, but whatever. Now... I need to... actions. So here's the story of Cain and Abel. Which means at this point... So I should swap which character you are. So let's load character. And let's remember how load character works. Cyrus is the character. This is just loading character number 0. You can have up to 4 characters on your team. And now if we, for example, set the bank to, just for the sake of making sure this all works, let's set it to FF3A. Then hypothetically, we should load into FF3A as Cyrus. So let's see if we do. Unresolved external Cyrus. Did I not actually name him Cyrus? Did I not do that correctly at all? Cyrus. Oh, right. I also need the sprite for it. Cyrus. I don't remember what P1, P2, and P3 are. Are those to do with colors? Boy, I wish I'd documented this better. Let's, do that. Oops, I don't actually dive into the scene I want here. Let me leave that as it... Well, let's just test it like this for now. Oh, okay, that's the palette. Those are the colors. That's what that was. That's the palette. Okay, that was silly. That I should have loaded a different palette for Cyrus. I don't know why F is there. I'm really confused by F. Oh, duh! It's not a symbol, it's the color F, because it's hexadecimal. Is it NESDev.org? God, no, it isn't. No, it still isn't. That it didn't become that. Speclad, the 0F is in the macro. See, 0x, such and such. It's just I didn't put it here because why repeat that if it's always going to be 0f or 0x, because it's always going to be hexadecimal. Okay, so F is black. We don't need that much black. If we look over here, so I think this is what correspond to red, blue, and white here. Shut your face, Speclad! Shut your face! So what do we want Cyrus to look like? So obviously, I had Cain and Abel have sort of dark skin. Cyrus is going to be almost as white as a sheet. I might place him over here. There really aren't any good skin tones in this selection. So let's try that. And let's try He's a Union soldier, so let's try this. Oh, dang it. Does that look like a Union soldier? I mean, no is the answer. Hello, Lord Pi. And love for his country, 86 number of legs. Well, you realize we're going to have to make, in the United States, when you say the Union Army, you mean the U.S. Army in the Civil War. I'm not in the United States, so I don't know why I prefaced it in that way. Number of children, 1. Love for children, 43. You realize we're going to have to make a peg-legged version of this sprite now. Okay. That's all extremely good. And now I can just, like, I can just cheat this a little bit. Bank. Like, I can skip ahead to the state I want to test. Those are actually fine. Look up, Yahweasel. Cyrus. Yeah, there we go. Now, obviously, this is not the world I want him to be in. It's the World Bank. Okay, so now we need Cyrus to be sort of damaged in war. I think he's a little bit too pink. I think I'm not that big of a fan of that color. Can we change it a little bit? Is this better? Is anything better? I mean, this is even more pink. We could go with literally white. I mean, he's gonna be white, but like, come on now. This really seems like the closest to any sort of skin color. Let me look at this version. 37 seems decent. Let's quickly try 37. See if that looks any better. That looks exactly the same. Did that even recompile? It should have. It just looks so the same. I don't want, because the thing is, like, 28 or something is much darker, and 18 is kind of ridiculously dark. Let's quickly try 18, see how. I mean, you know, don't take me for racist here, but this is a white guy. He's supposed to be profoundly white. Yeah, there just really aren't good color tones in the NES. This is why so many characters have literally white skin. Like, these aren't skinned. This is not what skin looks like. None of these. Let me quickly try 28 just to determine that I am, in fact, hugely unsatisfied by it. Oh, that's not bad. That might be it. I'm gonna go with that. He's jaundiced. He is badly jaundiced, but we're just gonna live with that. And we need an enemy for Cyrus. We need an enemy soldier. So let us dig through our bank again. I mean, fair enough, Spec Lad, but fair enough, Spec Lad. So this is supposed to be a Confederate soldier. I think I used. Wait, now I'm confused. Who is Abel? up the monster sprite sheet. I did import everything from Final Fantasy III, but I find getting around it really complicated. Oh, no, that's right. Final Fantasy III doesn't have a monster sprite sheet. There are no monsters per se. The monsters are the way Final Fantasy III draws them. It's totally useless to me. I'm gonna have to either draw monsters from a different video game or just not have monsters. But I think not have monsters is gonna be the trick here. I kind of want to go with this fellow right here. Oh, that's still the bad grid. Configure grid. Make it green. Make it 8x8. Do. Let me try to do this in a more efficient way this time. Why did the original have two versions of the face? Oh, yeah, because the face could actually change while they were walking, but I don't think it ever did. Okay, so these need to slide over. There. This needs to be filled in. I'm suddenly very confused. Oh, this is him walking backwards. God, that looks so similar to this. He just looks identical from... No matter how you look at him, he's the same frontwards and backwards. And this needs to move over here. And then I need to fill in the sprites that are specific to my style. Oh, wait. I forgot step one here. Okay. And then similarly for walking while facing backwards. And that's all set up, and then I just need the backwards versions of these things. I'm wasting space here. That's just reserved for future views. The way that I load in sprites, I can have as many sprite banks as I want, so I don't really care. I'm not that concerned about wasting space. Like, part of the joke about this is the way that bootleg games are made is very, very lazy. Like, they tend to take up a lot more space and such, and so a lot of the space-saving measures that the original game did, I don't actually care about, and that's intentional. Oh, I need to actually, like, give that a name. I will call you new friend. Well, eventually I'll need a character for you as well. I'm gonna call you Confederate, apparently. Definitely no one is watching anymore. I would guess that, oh, look at that, there's watchers. How did that happen? I'm gonna name you Confederate, and then you are in this block. You don't need a name. Confederates wore blue, in case you didn't know. No, I just said blue. Confederates wore gray, in case you didn't know. So still black outline, and what shade of gray do we want? Let's try 3D. No, let's try 0, first, actually. And same white skin. And the Confederates, of course, always win, so they're also going to have a ridiculous amount of everything. In fact, I'm just gonna be lazy and copy it directly from Kane. The Confederates were truly Cyrus's Kane. And I'm just going to test this in FF3A. Obviously, that's not really where I want it. So we're going to put Confederate there. Still on test Kane for no real reason. The jaundice was kinda okay for High Bit. Yeah, I know, Unsingable. I know. They wanted it to be done, but that doesn't mean they wanted to watch. You mean red, white, and blue, Spec Lad? Yeah, you're looking a little bit too jaundiced there, Confederate bro. I'm also going to make it a darker gray if I can manage. That doesn't work. That's surprising. Okay, so I want a darker gray than 0. Let's try 2D. Oops, that's not the gray. And I definitely don't like that skin color there, so let's try 37. $27 looked like it might be decent. 27, these are Confederates, so there's going to be a point where there are Indians, as in Amerindians, and given that this book has a, somewhat racist approach to that, I will be using, like, probably 16 for them, but not for this. Boy, you're a corpse, my friend. You are a corpse. I kind of love the idea of the Confederate soldiers looking like this, though. It's kind of great. Something about the fact that they would all just be, like, there. The Confederate soldiers were not well fed. It's a well-known phenomenon. There really isn't a darker gray I can use. So the problem is, like, these are other shades of gray, but they aren't supposed to actually show up as grays. Like, if I change this to 1D, then depending on, like, what palette this uses, yeah, I think that's black. It might be very slightly gray, but I think that's black. Okay, skin color. I mean, there's no good option. I think 38 was better than 37, but there's no good option. I think this is our Confederate. I think this is what the Confederate soldiers looked like. It's weird, isn't it? Like, I don't remember them looking like that, but that's what the Confederate soldiers look like. So let's make our battlefield. Kill all not found! Boy, default Debian install sucks. Oh, like, it's not even there. Kill all. Where's kill all? Please hold. Normal. Why? Why fish elf need good ride? I'm such a rockin' dude. I obviously have total confidence in my own ability. So are you ready to get it on, Spanky? I'm not a pervert! Me and this gimp are gonna get it on, Spanky style. Are you... Oh, wow. Oh, that's interesting. I think I froze the bird in place, but it's still in animation? Oh, nope. It's just a frozen bird. Oh, there it goes. Tasty is costly. Oh, tasty is costly. That's brilliant. Oh, tasty is... You see, my fiancé, spelled wrong, and I were walking through these woods.
No, that's right.
It has two E's, doesn't it?
No, only for female.
Kill All is in PS Misc. PS Misc. There we go. That's just... I'm quite accustomed to typing Kill All GVim as a lazy, like, I've got a bunch of GVim windows open. How about I just don't have any of them open? I'm going to start from Cain and Abel. I'm going to call this Civil War Battlefield. Mm-mm-mm. 2-8. 2-8. So that's the wheat. 30-30. I think I just didn't need those for the wheat. And that's going to be like the tree. 1-9, 1-8. 3-6. Yeah, it's like the trees and the grass. So this is 1 and this is 2. Oh no, sorry, this is 0 and this is 1. Would y'all like to see my other new weasel? Because it's pretty amazing. Let me show you my other new avatar. Except that FaceRig isn't going to agree with me right now. Come on, FaceRig, don't do this. Sometimes FaceRig's UI is just like, no, I don't feel like responding to anything. Here we go. Here's my other new weasel existence. I'll be this for a while, just for variety's sake. Def underscore is test 0. I didn't even use that in the original. This one is kinda terrifying. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. It's cell shading, yo. Cell shading. Okay, I'm gonna do something profoundly lazy here. Like, real lazy. You have no idea. Let's just make all of this wheat. Actually, I could do that even more lazily. So let's just make it literally the same environment. But what I'm gonna do is I'm going to... All my streams are 1080p. What are you talking about? Yeah, that's right, Speclad. It's an allegory because the scene is the same. That's not laziness, that's allegory. So I'm gonna sort of open all of this up. Let me even open up a little bit this way, like that, maybe. I'm even going to open up a little bit farther than that. So I need 5 Confederate soldiers to block off this area. And then I just need for the interaction to be the same for each of them. So Cyrus versus Confederate. Have that be the action name. This is 1D by 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F. 1, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D. I actually want that to be 1E now. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're gonna have 5 of those. Have I been streaming in 720? I don't think I have, not intentionally. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Have those all facing the same way. Oops. What did I actually call this file? Civil War Battlefield. We'll stick that here, so I can move around the overworlds however I want. And that's very good. Like, that's why I'm using this bank generation system. I can just move things. 4K bootleg programming stream. The worst thing, actually, is that my VM is actually 1600 by 900, but I'm streaming in 1080p, so it's upscaled. Oh, yeah, because I haven't actually made that action yet. Actions are a little bit harder to move around because I have them all just directly in C files. Act 1. It's called Part 1. Part 1. Chapter. What chapter is this actually in? 3. God, look at. So, this book, East of Eden, is like hyper divisive. It's the way this book is divided. There are parts. So, like, all of this is in part 1, And then within the parts, there are chapters. And then within the chapters, there are just these, like, sub-chapter things. So this is, like... And, like, this is what I would call parts. Like, this is a part. It should be Book 1, Chapter 3, Part 1. Now I don't even know what to call this. Like, this is Part 1, Chapter 3... Section 1? Yeah, section seems to be the agreement. Oh, I actually wasn't in chapter 1 though. I was in chapter 3. Chapter 3, section 1. And let me remember, I think this might have even been I forget whether this particular PDF yet has links. Oh, yeah. The chapter numbers follow through the parts. The chapter number, so, like, this is Part 2, Chapter 12, but the section numbers don't, which I find really confusing. Like, be consistent. Either reset your numbering or don't. Okay, Part 1, Chapter 3, Section 1... So I don't need to be specifying the part. The only reason why I'm specifying the part is that I'm actually specifying it in the game. Like, it will announce when you get to a different part. I'm being a bit classier than the author. I'm being a bit classier than Steinbeck by using Roman numerals, but other than that. Okay, what did I call this? These have to be sea decals, and it is... Cyrus versus Confederate. I forgot what that index actually refers to. Do I even use that? Oh, yes. That's the character that enacted it. Yeah. So, in this case, it's I don't even want to go into it. It's just complicated, Speclad. It's just complicated. I don't have to list that down here, do I? No. Okay. So, do I even want a conversation? Okay, I'm going to put a conversation here that's, like, completely stupid. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the interacting Confederate... say something that's, like, totally anachronistic. That's intentional. I have recorded evidence that having something that's stupid and anachronistic is intentional. Now, as I recall, I need to... Yes, I need to... Oh, yeah, because that's loading an enemy. So I'm going to store the battle result in B. Always reuse your variables, kids. In fact, always make a static char I, because in NES programming, you want statics, like, everywhere. B plus... Oh, what? I'm using I now. I equals 0. I... So we're going to load 4 Confederates to fight. Is that all? Just load character? I guess so. This battle, I guess, should be inescapable as well. If you won the battle... that shouldn't be dialogue, right? How did I actually show this? Full screen. Speclad, that's called ham-fisted writing. Oh, that's right. I forgot that in order to show full screen text, you need to discard. You need to, because it shows like it's a map, so you need to be a bit careful. Okay, so we'll just reset the game here. Now, do I want to, like, load back into the scene somehow? I'm trying to recall. So, like, when you perform an overworld action, what actually happens? Right, we just continue within that overworld. So if I want to continue in the overworld, can I continue in the overworld? I forget whether I even made that possible. Let me quickly try this just to see where that leaves me. Is it still undefined? Cyrus versus Confederate. Oh, that's the bank information. Okay. Now I've forgotten how I generated that. Because that doesn't actually seem to be in here, is it? Oh, it is. I'm an idiot. Okay. Cyrus versus Confederate. Well, this is the wrong scene entirely. This is, yeah, that's Kane. Let me actually load into the correct scene. Very good. Very good. Fight the third one, please. 2 damage. And Cyrus dies, and so... Oops! I'm so dead right now. Ooh, that's a good thought, Spec Lad. Probably don't need to die twice. That's not necessary. Okay, yeah. So that actually doesn't load back in. Battle leaves you a little bit... Oh, wait. Well, I didn't fade in. How do I fade? Let's not be consistent with our capitalization. Consistency is for losers. Yes, Becklad, but my battle system only supports up to 4, so there are only 4 here. Oh, that's curious. It, like, semi-loaded back in. Come on, Yahweasel, put your head down. That's a weird position you're in. Sleepy time for Yahweasel. It is just about possible that I didn't really ever consider how this will come back in. Then again, I do have Overworld full reload. What is from here? It is something I don't even use. Thanks for the documentation, Yahweasel. Real good. Real good. So yeah, this is actual overworld behavior. I don't want to have any behavior. So what happens if I overworld full reload here? Oh, I actually am using overworld reload elsewhere in this file. $11. Great. I honestly have no clue what Overworld Reload was supposed to do. Okay, so it looks like I probably need to make the process of returning into the overworld actually function. It's not really doing anything right now. So let's try and fix that. Oh, presumably full reload, right, loads in all the sprites and such, too, and makes... Yeah. So overworld reload is like, I've written some text over this, I just need you to reload the screen. I have no idea what from was ever supposed to be, though. Yep, no clue what from was ever supposed to be. Yeah, an overworld full reload is like reload my sprites, reload everything, get it all back into a state. An overworld reload presumably needs to be faded out, so if I fade, or overworld full reload presumably would need to be faded out, so if I then fade in, then that might actually even work. Yep. Okay. I did all of that and just reminded myself of how this works because I actually want the dialogue to continue in a stupid way. Just check that... Yep. Ooh. That's... Oh, duh, because I showed the dialogue, but I didn't reload when I was done. World reload. Gotta make sure you leave things in the correct state. Well, that was still screwy. So, the dialogue after a reload is loading slightly strange. Oh, that battle is instantly ending because he starts dead. Oh, maybe it was because I used an invalid character there. That could cause issues. Oh, Yahweasel, you just won't stay in a consistent and sensible position, will ya? Stop leaning back so far. Problem is that's not going to work either. Those are called whiskers, Unsingable, and he does have pretty amazing whiskers. Okay, that's gonna need fixing, but it's just a visual glitch, so I'm not gonna deal with that right now. Let's actually... No, that's fine. That's fine. Now, logically, we're gonna need a second sprite now for one-legged Cyrus. That was called sarcasm, unsingable. Does it even say? It must say which leg he lost. Right leg. Okay. It doesn't really matter because when he's walking left and right, it just... It Oh, wait, that's right! I made it so that I can actually show the difference! Haha! No, because walking the opposite direction is just swapped, so never mind, I can't actually show the difference. Okay, so his right leg is blasted off, and the way we're going to represent that is by zipping away all this human stuff here, and maybe this, and then I think I probably need that color maybe. Let's try that. Obviously, it said that he lost it at the knee, and so it really should just be, like, down here, but for the sake of drawing, I'm just gonna draw a peg leg the whole darned way. Ooh. But this is just flipped. Maybe I'm just gonna draw it when he's standing. Maybe I'm just not gonna worry about it when he's walking. Select none! Select none! We're making a video game, Bit. We're making a video game of East of Eden. Why is a harder question to answer? I don't have an answer to that. I think I'm gonna have to tolerate the standing. Let's try this. Let's see where we stand. Da 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 da. Hey. Yeah, it's for the NES. Okay, so this is now Cyrus one leg. Do I have a different naming convention here? No, actions are named like functions, so they're camel case. If you want to provide chiptunes, that would be amazing, Bit, but I'm currently not even thinking about music, so they certainly aren't going to come in anytime soon. Yeah, that's right. Cyrus One Leg, the one and only. So what we're gonna do is just sort of copy the original Cyrus to Cyrus One Leg. Actually gonna leave him with the same name, because it's not like his name has changed. Just a different symbol name. I'm not super consistent about where I use underscores and where I use caps. It's gonna be a really stupid bootleg bit. The critical thing is that there's never a battle you can win. There are many battles, and every single battle you lose. There's only losing. So, just bear in mind that this is a video game where you can only lose. Doop-a-doop-ba, doo-doo-doo-doo. Now I can update his number of children later. That's not critical, but obviously I need a different sprite for him, so this is going to change anyway, and we're going to change the number of legs to 1. Oh, and let's decrease his love for his country, too. Let's make his love for his country now, like, 47. And his love for his children down just a smidge. I'm going to put it down to 39. Okay, now I need to actually load that in. Okay, so what I didn't set up and would be really nice to set up is a way to go back to the overworld, like, loop and invoke another action that way. But just for the sake of sort of understanding where I stand, yes, Spec Lad. His love for his country was definitely stored in, certainly in the number of legs he had. One fewer leg, and his love for his country just tanks. Okay, so we're actually gonna want to. Well, let's do this. I know what this is gonna do. It's. Oh wait, I didn't actually change him. That was like critical. Oops. So my goal, in case it's not obvious here, is that this is, like, the actual story is just directly in the code. There's no sort of secondary scripting level. It's just embedded right into the code, and I'm hoping that that'll be sort of sufficient. Cyrus One Leg is an undefined character. Did I actually add it to the bank list? No. Would have been even more useful if I had. Iris One Leg. Oops. Okay, so this should just bring me back into the same overworld after that. Only now I've vanished! Isn't that amazing? I'm gone! Oh, did I not? Ha! It's not that I vanished, it's that I had a blank sprite. Oops, dang it. None of this is what I want to be doing right now. Make test. It looks so dumb. It's kind of incredible. I don't have an answer to that question, SpecLad. So my intention was not to require all of the, like, weird secondary tools just to do make, but I didn't really design it very well. In fact, you know what? You've inspired me. Let's fix that. Let's fix that right now. So Let's make... what do the dependencies look like? Okay, so it'll be in a slightly lazy way, but here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make O files depend on all of the CHR files. In fact, if I just so. The problem is, like, there's this complex dependency. You know what? Screw it. So here's the thing. Like, which characters end up in what bank is all defined by banks.json, and currently banks.js doesn't generate the actual dependency information for that. So I would need to, like, modify banks.js to make that dependency information correctly, and I'm just not going to right now. That's something I can do when it's, you know, when I'm not live. That's just a little bit too boring for this. Okay, now what is this doing that works correctly that's not... Actually, I don't know if this works correctly now that I think about it. Make test. So that's wrong. And that's right. So that does... So something that this is doing after after doing an action is making it work correctly. So I need to just replicate whatever it's doing. Arm tile action. All it does is the action. Well, that's certainly numbers. Oh, of course! The action is on it, dang it. Banking! Banking! Oh man, that is a spam bot, isn't it? That is a straight up spam bot. Damn right I'm Facebook streaming. Why wouldn't I be? Just numbers. Just numbers. We all like numbers. Hello, Teresha. I have a clock in the bottom right. It's 2:50. I mean, it could be a phone number, but, like, who even knows? Well, Facebook, like, won't even admit that I'm streaming. That would really help me manage the stream. There we go. And Facebook makes it totally unclear how I would ban this person. I have no idea if that actually worked. Whatever. Well, no, that shouldn't affect that. So, like, a lot of this, like, should I have better variable names than V and V2? Yes, but I need to really minimize my number of variables because NES programming, because I have, like, a really, really tiny amount of RAM. So, a lot of the worst things about this code aren't really avoidable. Anyway, I think what I actually... Well, you know what? No, never mind. Because ultimately, I can attempt to fix this issue later. And it would be better to fix something a little bit more relevant now. Right, so he has one leg. Everything is great. So we're just going to move on. I'm not going to include any of the, like, hospital time. I don't think I'm even going to include the first wife, because it doesn't really matter. Where's Charles born? I think Charles is probably born within... No bit. No. Charles is probably born within this chapter. Little Charles. Yes, they're very long. They're extremely, extremely long. I'm quite happy with them. So that we actually had a conversation about whiskers, and I was like, can you make the whiskers even longer? Like, however long they are, quadruple that. Thank you. Doop-a-doop-doop-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Okay, so I'm going to need to have his new wife, obviously. Does she even have a name? She must have a name. Alice. She's not a very important character in the story, in case that's not painfully obvious. What a great line. She was not very pretty, so there was no need to watch her. Now, I feel like we're gonna have some trouble getting Alice in, because I'm copying everything from Final Fantasy III, and Final Fantasy III didn't really have any female characters. Yeah. So we can steal art assets from any game we want. Anybody have a particular suggestion? What game should we steal art assets from? What NES game has a female character that should be the protagonist's mother? Just take a male character and make it pink. I mean, that would be like bootleg standard. Final Fantasy 2. Do. Oh my god, Princess Peach! Yes! Princess Peach might be too big. I mean, she's never gonna move. I could just make the characters like wildly different scales. Draw a stick figure. No. I completely love the idea of using Princess Peach. That is so, like, ridiculous. Which Princess Peach? Original. Super Mario Brothers. This is all totally background. There's nothing really I can make foregroundy about this. Princess Peach never moves, of course, but that's fine. I don't need this sprite to move. Boy, I suspect that, Princess Peach is in here somewhere. Okay, just a second. I'm gonna transfer the, just hover. I'm gonna transfer the files, the bitmap over. One moment.
Send over the first row email.
Whoa, you just blew my mind. The totally unauthorized Chinese bootleg of Resident Evil for NES is a better game than Resident Evil 2 for Gamecom, which was an authorized port. It's just better. It's just better put together. It's less glitchy. It is glitchy, but it's less glitchy. The puzzles are less just unexplained. It's a better game. It's a better game. But that'll be for some other time.
When a Chinese bootleg is better than an officially released game, that the world means nothing.
What a perfect last thought. Give. Oh yes. Oh, that makes me very happy. To hell with this stupid evil crusher sword. Yes. Oh, Yahweasel can continue to use the boomerang and actually do well. Can I also point out the fact that Flammy has a real... So, Princess Peach was shown at the end of the game, so she ought to be here somewhere. If anybody can spot Princess Peach, give me a holler. Well, here is... Oh, does she always face left? Maybe she always faces left. Here's her head. Is this the rest of her somehow? Let me get the grid on. I'm getting very confused with that grid. It all just looks like clown body parts. Show the grid. Figure grid. Visible color. 8 by 8. I mean, I have no idea what I'm looking at here. Now, I don't need her facing every direction, so I'll just use a sprite slot. But only part of it. Oops. I mean, obviously, I'm going to need multiple sort of sprite bits. In fact, I could sort of cheat. It doesn't really matter because she's not going to move. I'm having real trouble figuring out how this is meant to become a princess. Some part of this, presumably, is related to the princess. SMB2, does it have a forward-facing, like, reasonable size? And done. How did that look? I think that's our princess. Also, which SMB2 are we talking about? Real SMB2 or better SMB2? Oh, really? Do I not have the Japanese Super Mario Brothers 2? What is this? Boy, this is not better or less confusing. Here's a thought. If I search for a screenshot, I can just rebuild the sprite from that, and that'll actually be easier. Hello, Popful. She can always be facing left. Like, I'm not offended by that possibility. Boy, she's kind of hideous, isn't she? So we're just going to extract her in situ rather than trying to be clever about it. Yeah, she's got quite the maw. Is the dress Toad's head? Truly the question of our times. Oops, I misclicked there. Of course you're... Oh, wait, it's not that you're misaligned, it's that this is not one-to-one. The hell resolution is this? Oh no, this is one-to-one. If this is one-to-one, why is that not at any sensible arrangement? .1. Yeah, that's what I want. 8.1 by 8.1 pixels. That's super cool. So she is taller than my sprites, but I can just I can deal with that. Or I could just make her have no legs. That's also an option. Do we want to attempt to make her like square, or do we just want to make her hilariously taller than everyone else? Let me just play around to the side, squaring her off. Make her have one leg. Oops. Like, come on, no one needs all these pixels. What are you doing with all those pixels? So wasteful of pixels. She's looking incredible already. I like how she's pointing in this like, hey, I'm Princess Peach, hey! This might be a bit much. Yeah, I don't like that. But I think if I just go like this, and maybe like bring the pattern of this up. Like, I don't hate it. It's not good, but it's not supposed to be good. Hey, the peach! Yeah, we're gonna go with this. I kind of love it. So she's only gonna have left and right facing sprite. That's fine. Obviously, I'm gonna have to recolor this for it to load correctly. I love that she has a crown. Do we maybe want to remove her crown? That would give me some more pixels to work with. Let me try this again, but this time remove her crown and give myself more pixels to work with that way. It's hilarious that it didn't even occur to me that, like, maybe she doesn't need a frickin' crown. Okay, let's get rid of that pixel. Let's get rid of Crown of Thorns. I mean, the book isn't actually the Bible, you know. And then if I just go like... In fact, yeah, if I just from here, like, take this pattern and move it up, I think we're good. Mostly. That might not look right, so we'll check it out in a second. Yeah, I think with this also being white, that looks like it's also hair, so... She's also the princess of Adam's world is Earth, by the way, just in case that's not obvious. Oops, that's not the tool I wanted. Oops, that's not the edit I wanted. Da 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 da. I mean, well, you know, I could do all sorts of things with her dress, but I would rather... Like, part of the joke here is that for some idiot reason, it just is Princess Peach, so I'd rather actually keep it sort of as close as possible. God, that's amazing. And of course we preserved... Hey! I'm Princess Peach! I'm walking here! So this will need some rearrangement, of course. Typically the skin color is what ends up as blue. What's flood fill? That's the flip tool. What's flood fill? Shift B. How memorable. Looking good already. I mean, pretty much, Spec Lad. I can't disagree with that selection, or with that suggestion, with that description. I missed a bit of skin. Okay. So I only need her standing. This is gonna be a very wasteful of space, but I just refuse to be concerned about that for now. I only need her like so. Oh, except I think yeah, this is all completely wrong. I only need her in the original position I had her in the first place, and in the correct position here. Like so. Oh no! Is this white not actually white? Is that what's going on? That's white. That's black. That's totally red. That's totally blue. What's going on? Did I leave some guff flying around? I don't see anything wrong. Oh, I think it was actually the black background that wasn't quite black. Oops, that was not all what I wanted. Okay, that's definitely blue. Okay, that's a good trick. I'll remember to do that in the future. Just convert to indexed with an index that's close enough, and then back again. There we go. Ba 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 ba. We're just gonna use this for every woman except one. The principal antagonist of this game is a woman, so she's gonna obviously have her own sprite. Of this book is a woman, so she's obviously gonna have her own sprite. But I'm just for everyone else gonna use the same. I shouldn't actually even need, like, actual character information, because she'll never be in a battle. Why even convert back, asks Becklad? Because the BMP file does need to be an RGB BMP file for the bitmap to NES character converter to work. And if you export when it's indexed, then it'll export an indexed BMP file. I've already forgotten her name. Alice. Then this is like her hair, which I think was probably that in the original, and this is her skin, which, let's try this and see where we land. Hi, Strixus. Oh, right. Oh, yeah. So actually here... Not that, well, yeah. Female character. They're all gonna look the same. Every woman. There we go. Those have to correspond. Didn't I? Isn't that exactly what it's called here? Did I not run this? It's not that, Strixus. It's that he has the characteristic sort of hair puff up there. What is going on? Did I define it in such a way that I actually need all of the character info and not just the sprite? I thought I could just define a sprite. Yeah, the head position face rig is giving me some troubles. I might just, like, turn that down. Let me just quickly... see if that is the problem. No, I didn't think so. Wait, what? Da 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 da. There. I had the character in fact, I don't even need character information. I only need sprite information, so I don't even need to waste time with the character information, because she's not going to be a character in that sense. There we go. Why does one of the entries have 3 elements when the rest have 2? So I'm cheating, basically. It only uses the first 2, and so I'm just using an extra entry as a comment. I really wish JSON had an allowable comment character, but yeah, it doesn't. There are no comments in JSON, so I'm just using that as a comment. Possibly. Okay, now, just as a quick test, I'm going to go ahead and load her into the Civil War battlefield, where she really doesn't belong. 1E, actually 1C, whatever, by 7. If no action. We'll be facing left. I mean, Strixus, we've got JSON in the middle of an NES bootleg. How could it not be for that, really? Now SPR, every woman. Oh, of course, because I do... Wait, but that's what's defined here, isn't it? It's confusing because this is the sprite information, and this happens to correspond exactly to a sprite, but this is actually just the graphics component and not the actual sprite information. That's what keeps sort of confusing me. There we go. There she is. I like how, because Final Fantasy has this, like, every sprite has a black outline style, but Super Mario Brothers doesn't. She looks weirdly out of place with her absence of a black outline. The colors are slightly wrong. I shouldn't have made that F, because that's where the black outline would have belonged. I should have made that, I think, 0. Is 0 white? No, 30. 30 is white. Of course 3-0 is white. Why wouldn't 3-0 be white? Truly incredible. Truly amazing. I might change that color. I don't like the fact that it's I don't like anything about it, but the whole point of this is we're not actually trying, so I think two quick things to do. First of all, I update my git ignore to ignore bitmap files. And maybe ping files, since I was just using that temporarily. It's not like I'm gonna have any ping files as part of this. And I'm just gonna blindly add everything. And I'm gonna take a break. Time for a break.
Serve absolutely no function.
Yeah. I mean, it has a bill, like a pointy bill, and then it also has a fang.
Right.
Because why
but
not?
a fang in a completely useless place for a fang. Like, that's in no way.
Remember, don't put thought into it. That's the trick for writing a terrible bootleg. Don't use your brain.
Co-evolution thing going on where there's some plant that you need a fang in that location to reach its nectar or something. Flammy could be from the Galapagos Islands. I don't know.
What the hell are we talking about, Mom?
I don't know.
This boss battle is so boring that we've lost all sense. We're just blathering incoherently.
I feel like that's what we do in every episode.
That's
though,
true.
so.
Yes. That was an interesting way to be running around.
They're trying to break down the gate.
They won't get anywhere without a battering ram.
Thanks, brick wall. Okay, I have a horrible drawing of what's in each of these. Okay, go to a position that I'll actually recognize. That would be very helpful. Please stop dancing! You're freaking me out! Okay, that one. I can fix your eye. Oh, no, I can't, because I can't switch this to eye when I'm talking to him. There we go. You have better vision than you could ever imagine now. I mean, maybe the fact that those stairs at the top are of 0 width is the reason why you can't walk up them.
That's what I'm wondering.
That's sort of... Shall we fast forward until you figure out how to get up these stairs?
We shall indeed.
I did it! It was me! It wasn't Malo, it was me, I did it! Mushroom. What? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? What did you do, and what was your reasoning for doing it? Seems to have been a profoundly bad idea. Oh, that's right, I was trying to get into the damned car. Not like that. Get in the car, please! I'm begging you to get in the car. I'm pressing every button. I had to approach it from above before. Am I, like, trapped? Can I not get in the car ever because I can't approach it from above? Oh, what do I do here? Let me in the buggy! Oh, this game is buggy. Is that the best you can do, little man? No, I can throw another dagger at you. Yay! No! Oh, man. Okay, I guess I gotta go, like, all the way down. So if I go down to the very bottom, there we go. 5. Now if I go up... Aha! What? What kind of BS was that? No strength to cry. Yes, fine. Have some fruit. I don't think I have any more fruit. Did I never give this guy fruit at all in this, run-through? Fast motion plus turbo button. That is how you win games. It's not showing any new messages. Had enough fruit yet, you jackass? What do you want from me? Game, tell me what to do. Just tell me what to do. Wait, what am I giving it? What? I still have 8 fruit. What did I give it? Maybe I don't... Oh my god, I just made the connection! 'Cause there's the weird flying thing that looks like that, except for the fungus coming out of its head. This is that, but dead! I've played 2 routes now to completion. I've seen this enemy dozens of times. I never made the connection! That's that other enemy, but like, with fungus growing out of its head. Oh, that's very freaky. Oh, that's very, very freaky. Oh, that's very freaky. The last thing you remember was fighting 4 of the king's lapdogs. Banana do 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 banana do 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 do. Anybody who's in my Discord chat knows that there's a joke related to that. Banan the warrior, the ranger, Akimi the mage, and Yahweasel the priest. Oh, here it is. Pull. The gold pot is for watering vert. Fish elf need good. Fish elf need good rod. Fish elf need good rod. Fish elf need good rod. Fish elf. Fish. Just give me a second, guys, because fish elf need good rod. Because I'm about to see how stupid this game will let me be. Let's pickpocket the big guy with daggers. I'm gonna spin in place. Okay. Well, this is a thing. Hey there, Yahweasel. You having a fun time just spinning in place? Seems pretty great. Rations, daggers, leather armor, shield, lockpick, thieves toolkit, thieves guild license, gold coin, map, compass, flowers, lamp. Lamp? Lamp. Use lamp. As you pick up the lamp and rub it, a small flame appears. When you rub it again, the flame goes away. You now have a magic lamp. You put the lamp safely away in your backpack. I caught the fire elemental! I'm amazing! Save me. The colors, they won't stop! Bright, beautiful colors, flashing, expanding, piercing, red, green, blue, an endless cacophony of meaningless noise. The noise, it won't stop, violent, grating, waveform, squeaking, screeching, piercing, sine, cosine, tangent, like playing a chalkboard on a turntable, like playing a vinyl on a pizza crust, an endless poem of meaningless. Load me? 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 That definitely says load me. Did you want me to save here and load it back? Load me. Click. No. Okay, thank you. Until then, thanks for watching. If you liked the video, I've got hundreds more. Just click that channel link. Cheers! From you. Oh, God! Why did I do this?
Okay, let's continue this dramatic adventure here. Continue first by fixing Yahweasel's face. So where do we want to, where do we want to dive in here with the story of Adam and Charles? I don't want to really go too much into Cyrus. I like the idea of Cyrus having a peg leg. Like, that seemed important. So, part of the joke here is that you cannot make a satisfactory game of East of Eden. It's too cerebral. And so we're gonna miss, like, pretty much everything. I think this is gonna be an important scene. What did Adam do to find his father out? Every normal animal. No. There's just a submarine at one point that completely destroys the concept of the book. That's all. Yeah. There's no actual... There's no moment. You know what? Let's think about Charles. It was a protective contempt. Are we supposed to know what this game is? Oh, right. Oh, yeah. This scene. Okay. Here's how we need to do this. First off, I need their home environment. I need for Cyrus and Charles and Adam to all be at home. And as much as I'm enjoying the fact that the two first scenes were literally just clones of each other, I think we are going to need a slightly different environment for the actual home of Charles and Adam Trask. Let me... stick this in FF3A just so that I can look for what might be the right sort of environment to use. I like this funky tile that's immediately to the left of Cyrus right now. Sort of... Maybe I want to take this tile, but move this stool on top of it? Because as it stands, the fact that this tile is there, but the stool is like nonsense. Like, the stool is only on top of dirt. I don't see, like, a table. Is any of this supposed to look like a table? Is there a table elsewhere? Were there tables in Final Fantasy III? They do an incredible job of, like, not using that many sprites. We've got horses. Like, this is not the best way to explore this. It would actually be better to start from the screenshots and just copy out what we need, because the way that it loads in sprites is very different from how we do. But I think I'm going to start... Oops. I'm going to start with this funky tile. I will have that as the floor. That's in FF3A. Gvimp, my favorite tool. I have it open anyway, don't I? Yes. And I am not using most of it. Okay. Show grid. Configure grid. I wonder if I can change the default grid configuration to this. Here's FF3A. Here's my friend the funky tile. Here's the lack of a grid to make it clear what I'm actually doing. Oops, not snap to grid, show grid. I'll save that in a moment. Okay, if the top of the tree is 0, 8, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, no, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah, okay, so it's that kind of indexing, just remembering how I made this. So, space will be my normal tiles, and... yeah, that's what I thought, so that will be 1, 1, 3. Sorry, 1, 4, I can count. Oh, and I suppose I should worry about the palette, too. So the first palette needs to have black and white, so that it can also be used as a palette for the text box. So one of these needs to be white. I'm just going to go ahead and not use the first palette. I'll use the second palette. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna have to change these. So let me just go with 1, 4, 1, 6, and 1, 8. That way I'll know what needs to be changed. That is in the back 1 set still. The tile is going to look like that. What a world. What an exciting world we live in now. Or one of the town tiles. The problem is, so here's the thing. Probably the two ends are the same, and that's why I'm having trouble seeing it. Like, they're just flips of each other, because it actually loads in the character set rather than, like, it makes changes to the character sets while loading. Anyway, one step at a time. Hopefully I can still fit Cyrus's home in the first world bank. I could always need another one if I can't. Gilidanda. Ooh, this is a little bit nightmarish. Welcome to blackness. How'd I make that mistake? Oh, I know why, because I was saying, oh, I'll save this later, and then I didn't actually save it. Do not write color space information, make sure it's the right mode, okay. Psychedelic. How do you like our floor? It's looking pretty good. I was really hoping those colors would be more distinct from each other, but instead they're just a little bit horrendous. Let's try 1, 6, and 9. Oh, that's where that green is. Okay, I was like, is the green even there? The green is that subtle little highlight between them. So, that red right now, which is 6, that's like the main color, and I'm probably going to change that to 7. And that green, which is the 9, is the highlight. I might change that to 6. And that 1, which is blue, is just like a secondary color. Maybe I'll change that to 8. Let's try that. Problem is I'm spending too much time worrying about what color the tiles are going to be when I only have 3 palettes to work with. So I'm going to not spend enough time thinking about like what color everything else should be. Oh, that's completely awful. Boy, I hate that. That's real bad. I would call that extraordinarily terrible. I'm kind of unclear on why this is so terrible. It really looks bad. Oh, that's right. I forgot you can walk off the edge of the screen. You are dead now. Okay. That's 1970s terrible, says Strixes, yes. Let's back off. Let's pretend like I never grabbed that. And instead, you know, since the stool was on this, let's just assume this is gonna look fine. I mean, they have a dirt floor. What can I say? They're poor people. I can live with it. Oh yeah, walls. Walls. Why do places need walls? Brick. 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 Let's go with brick. Why not? I'm also going to need, like, blank. Didn't even occur to me, because usually in this kind of game... Well, I guess I could put grass outside. Like, usually in this kind of game, there's sort of the walls of whatever building you're in, and then just blackness surrounding it until you leave. That tile happens to have ended up in the exact same position. Let's go ahead and get the stool in there just for later use. And this was the brick tile I decided was acceptable. Color might be squonky, but the actual look of it is fine. Eight, 12. Oops, let's not try to have space be two things. You're walled in. You can't escape. But I think you can escape. Okay, so 1 is the impassable property. There we go. Yep, definitely should fix these makefiles. Ooh, that ain't right. The blackness. Oh, I didn't. Dang it. Speaking of I should fix these makefiles. Let us, just for the sake of it, make his home not be the exact same goddamn shape as literally everything else in this game so far. Just for variety, I'm gonna make his home vertical. That should be 15. That should be 30. It looks very vertical here, but that's just 2 vertical screens. World must be divisible into 16 by 15 screens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 29, 29. Off by 1. Okay, here's his vertical home. Obviously, I will make more than that. This is not done yet. Chat isn't very talkative. Could it be because live streaming the development of a bootleg game is extraordinarily boring? Okay, so I've currently actually got Kane just sitting outside of the screen, which is super cool. So let's get that steel in here. At 5 by 5 by 5. Good. This will probably be Cyrus. Clearly you need to add a variable screamer sound. Boo, Popful, boo. Then spurt at 6 by 6. Good ol' every woman sprite facing left. Let's see if that worked. Before I fix the make files, let's just be lazy. Okay, I missed the stool, but like other than that... Hi, Ma. This is our lovely family. 1, 2... Wow, how did I... What? Why can't I count? 1... That's 2. That's 2. It's just not 5. I'm just gonna move the stool instead of moving my family. There we go, they're gathered around the stool. Now, remember that, remember that the whole sort of idea here is that Cain and Abel are just gonna get continuously reused over and over again. So we're gonna have, Cain by the table, which is actually Charles. You know, off by 3 errors. Facing to the right. Oh, damn it. No, wait. It can't quite be just Cain, because Cain is black. So I actually am gonna need to make, separate characters. Oh well. Same sprite, just different characters. Did I even... Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna need a sprite alias version, which is an alias of an existing sprite with a different palette. Struct. I mean, SA should really be in terms of this. Or S, rather, should really be in terms of SA now. Say, ID, P1, P2, P3. Okay. So, Charles will be an alias of Kane. Named Charles. But unlike Kane, Charles has the same creepy white skin as all of the other white characters. That's lovely. Oops, I forgot to actually pass through name there. ID name, P1, P2, P3. ID name, P1, P2, P3. ID alias of name. So some of my variable names you need to forgive me for because I'm actually forced. You need to, when you're writing NES code, you need to use a bunch of static variables that you would never make static in normal code, and then you need to, like, unify them as much as possible, so I have a lot of reuse that's real bad. And F isn't a variable, also, as an aside. I guess if I actually looked for where it was going wrong... Oh, duh, because this... I didn't use my fancy new macro and the whole thing broke. There we go. SPR Charles is undefined. Is this not SPR Charles? Right info ID. Oh, right. I do need to put it in the bank list. Will eventually be a character, even though it's not a character right now, so I'm just going to put it here. Charles. What? Oh, no, I'm not going to put it there because it's picky. Think of you as interactive rubber ducks. Yeah, F is a number. That's right, Malo. It's the number 15. There we go. Charles is like Kane, but white. And then I need a similar thing for our new Abel being Adam. Adam is an alias of Abel, but he's named Adam. And he'll look similar to Abel, except with white skin. I mentioned that only because I'm currently playing as Cyrus for no real reason. I should be playing as Adam, of course. I might end up with like a young Adam and old Adam. To be filled in later. And this is why I need to actually fill this in correctly. Adam. I see you haven't read this book, Michael. Oh, whoops, I used your real name. I'm a piece of shit. I see you haven't read this book, Molo. If you had read this book, you would know that there are Cains and there are Abels, and that is the nature of this book. I don't like his shirt color. Let's give him... I think this is blue. That'll do. What a lovely family, all here together. That is passable. That's a little bit weird. All here together, standing around the stool of justice. None of them are interactable right now. Maybe it'll just be like a feature of this stupid bootleg that all female characters lack an outline and all male characters have an outline. That would be an amazing thing. Ooh, what happens if I do this? That works. Then she's gone! She's vanished! That's what I get for using a sprite that doesn't have all of the directions. And vanish! And back. Yeah, that's right, Strixus. Outlines are a Y chromosome trait. Oh, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but you know. Okay, my most immediate goal, though, is to get the actions going on here. Well, I've done a bunch of work, so... Here's the thing, Molo. The main protagonist of this game, and probably one of the characters with the most character development, really, the main antagonist, sorry, is a woman, Kathy Trask. Kathy Trask is one of the most evil characters in all of literature. I really shouldn't have this generated stuff in the repository, but oh well. That's the nicer way of putting the same thing. By the way, this is Act 1 as in the first action file, not as in Act 1 of this video game. So this will be like their game of Pee-wee, where Charles first just really learns to hate. What chapter am I in? This is part 1, chapter 3, section 4 or something. Section 3. Part 1, Chapter 3, Section 3. Pee-wee. This will just be the request to play Pee-wee. I think if I do -1, I think I set it up so that works. She isn't too. That's I'm getting the cutting dialogue here into the bootleg. And now I should have I should have Charles join. How do I unload a sprite? I don't actually know. Do I have just like an unload sprite? That would be a super cool thing to have. Yes. I don't know if that unload sprite actually does anything useful for my purposes, but we'll see. So in Cyrus's home, that's the wrong file. I want that when you talk to Charles, he asks you to play Pee-wee. I don't want to actually run that generator as part of Go, because I don't really change that often. Well, that didn't work at all. He's still there. Oh, that's what I did wrong here. To do a reload, you need to... Oh, well, it is faded out, isn't it? I don't know. It turns out I don't know what I did wrong. Oh, no, because it'll do PPU direct itself. Never mind. Just thinking about PPU stuff. The thing is, like, I left this in a very incomplete state, of course. Okay, so what does unload sprite actually do if it doesn't unload a sprite? I think that there's, like, overworld sprite data that I still have there. Yeah, overworld sprite. I did not unload the overworld sprite info, even though I did unload the sprite info. And I probably don't currently have a command to unload the overworld sprite. Yeah. Probably the sensible thing to do would be to just move it. Oh, you know what? Oh, the sprites are in static data. I can't move them. That's a bit stupid. Okay, you know what? The better thing to do is to just move it off screen. I'll just move it off screen. That's simple enough. How do I actually calculate whether I'm... Because I have... like the sprite position... Because I have my own sprite info as well as the built-in sprite info. Where are my structures? Define structs. Yeah, sprite loc. I'll just move it off screen. If I clear it out in OAM, then that ought to clear it out, right? Like, how could it still exist after that? But whatever. Just trying to remember how I stored sprite information. I know I stored it fairly richly. That's what I need. In fact, I don't think this is right, but let me just see what happens if I do this. Because normally when you unload, it's because you're going to load something else in, so you don't need to update it. That didn't work at all. Okay. Oops. Do I not have a global sprite locs? Yeah, sprite locs. Oh, but it's not a pointer. Is it the actual overworld reloading? Like, does the overworld, when it does a full reload, does it force it into position? That would be unfortunate. That means I'm going to have to actually change the overworld code to sort of respect the fact that it could reload. Oh, of course, because normally you would be doing a battle there or something. Yeah. The full reload reloads that into position. So the question is, do I create another scene in which he doesn't exist, or do I do something ridiculous? Both options are ridiculous, actually. I am a little bit confused. I am a lot confused. Hello, Ness. We're just bootlegging it up here. Yeah, it just performs the sprite action. There's nothing that complicated there. I'm slightly confused because nothing here causes it to nothing here causes it to reload. So I'm unclear on what's causing it to reload. Let me just, like, let's see if I can do anything here. What's actually happening? Dot status. Even that didn't work. What's causing it to reload? Oh, duh. I'm resetting the entire game. I'm an idiot. Yeah, okay. That does work. I'm just being a moron. So I'm just going to go ahead and stick him off screen. And then hopefully with the reload as well. Yep. Okay. Now I do need to actually change my party so that Charles is var. I don't think I actually made a Charles character, did I? No. Whoops. Again, obviously, I will fill that in later, just for the time being. I don't want to mess with it. Oops. Turns out I just can't type. Join my team, Charles. Thank you. Oh, he reappeared. Do I seriously not have any way to move to other characters, or did I just not load the character in correctly? How is that menu implemented? Start by showing the first character. Oh, I didn't actually... Yeah, I didn't, like, update which character I'm looking at ever, did I? Oh yeah, definitely not. I didn't make the menu do anything, so that's kind of a problem. So this is the walking animation, by the way. Wait, VSync is just so that this isn't a tight loop, and then this updates based on the particular tick and makes them look like they're walking in the corner. Right, okay, so... and we'll see if imp and joy... what should move to the next character? Well, I mean, yeah, pretty much, Schmallow. You've seen me say, I'll add functionality later, even just today. Was greater than... I think I have a global define for number of characters. It's 8? What? Ah, because 4 of them are in your party, so... party, then CHR equals 0. Let's actually... Or... not... I'm literally just finding the name of the global variable that I'm looking for. Oh, it's just character. What sensible variable names? I've also forgotten... Do I have an unload character? That would be helpful. No. How do I represent that a character doesn't exist? Ah, yeah, sprite num. Or... let's see, not sprite num is -1. Then we'll reset to 0. Okay, so hopefully I can at least move one way through the characters that are in my team now in the menu. Do-ba-do-do-do. There we go. Here's Charles. He's not moving for some reason. He's dead. Little bit of sprite madness going on there. I'll fix that after I make it able to scroll left too. Left. And if jar equals 0, chr equals num party -1, lchr minus not equal to 0, and actually while. Hold up. Okay, so probably I need to like discard sprites. This needs to be done better than it is. In fact, I'll do it better right now. Joy right or joy left. Character. That's the way to advance to the right. This is the way to advance to the left. But actually, yeah, it did that automatically, so don't need that. Just needed to make sure I hid the old character. And now, why is it that that character isn't walking? Oh, update sprite. No, update whichever character you're actually looking at. The hell? Got a character index, and oh well, that character is still there. You've got a character index and an array of characters. The character index is called CHR, and the array of characters is called characters. The only thing confusing beyond that is the fact that, like, sprite maps in just NES parlance are called CHR as well, and that's unfortunate, but that's kind of outside of my control. I didn't want to, you know, do something wildly different from NES standards just to just to make more use of variable names. Now, why didn't the... Oh, because I never updated that sprite. Jeez, I'm doing a terrible job. There we go. Okay, hopefully at least the menu will work. And then I still have to worry about the fact that when I come out, I'm doing a full reload, which isn't right, because now this character's back. Unfortunately, I kind of feel like I need a level of reloading between, which is unfortunate. Hence why I said unfortunately twice. I will remove all the generated files once the make file generates them in a more sensible way. I'm just going to leave the fact that he reappears in the overworld as like a bug to be dealt with, and instead worry about something a little bit more salient. That did not work. Why didn't that work? There we go. Now I want a tile with an action here. Tile, stool, wall. Leave. Underscore. Exact same tile, and I'm gonna have to remind myself of how defs actually work. Palette, attributes of which I need none, and actions. Okay. Attributes and action. So this is just going to be the process of leaving the house to go outside and play us some Pee-wee. Don't actually need the index there, it doesn't do anything for me. So I do want to return 0 because what we're going to do is set my current bank. Set my current location, that is, to somewhere else. Post.bank, that's right. Bank. For the time being, let's just use FF3A. Yeah, I do represent it in terms of X screen, Y screen, XT, YT, XM, and YM. Oh, no. Obviously, I will eventually need to know where to put the character. Maybe I should have some system of having marks in these so that there's like a standard starting position. Maybe I'll implement that eventually. For the time being, let's just stick you at 8x8. Doop-a-doop-doo. Oops. Wait, what? Why didn't... What? Because I used the... Oh, I didn't use the Go script, that's why. It's like, the Go script is supposed to regenerate everything. And voila! We're here now! Boy, that was a truly, truly flawless transition there. You couldn't ask for much better than you walk through a door and then bang, you're in this nightmare world. So I think what I'm actually going to do, because I want a bit of a pause for that. Like if I give it a pause, then it'll feel like maybe something is actually happening other than just moving to the next scene. So here I'm going to fade out explicitly and then just pause for a second. And hopefully that way, even though the next scene won't be literally just outside the door, it'll be a little bit clear. Yeah, that's better. So is it a good art game style that we're gonna have like every scene look weirdly the same? I don't want to make another outdoor thing. Like, the Civil War battlefield and the Cain and Abel scene look identical already, which is kind of hilarious. Do I have that transition correctly? I don't think I even bothered to implement that transition yet. No. Because I got the location but not the position. What's my position supposed to be? Why be in a position other than 8x8 when you can be at 8x8? Let me... Just because most people haven't been watching this the whole time, let me just show you what the beginning of this game looks like. So let me get rid of this go-to. And get rid of this sort of cheat to move myself to the bank I'm actually testing. Here's the title screen. East of Eden, the video game no one has ever asked for or wanted. Prologue. In the prologue, we play as Abel. Abel, in particular, has slightly less love for Cain than love for his Lord God. Then we have a chat with Cain, who kills us. And then it spews biblical verse at us. And then it quotes the book. And then it quotes me complaining about how the book is actually wrong if we take the Old Testament literally. And then we should go to part 1. I haven't actually tested this. Ooh, cool, I don't exist. That's great. I am Cyrus, but it, like, didn't load correctly. That's fun. It's a good thing I eventually thought to test that, because it doesn't work. Moving that didn't make any difference. That was just to make it a little bit more consistent with everything else. Oops, I put it at 0, 0. That's not right. That's off screen. I could have sworn I typed 8 there. That was a bug you just saw me write. It was a really stupid bug. I hope. Oh yeah, it was just that. Now we're playing... I forgot that I left her there just to test her sprite. Hey there, wifey. You really feel like you should be on a Confederate battlefield. Anyway, now we're playing as Cyrus. 86 love for his country. Number of legs, 2. Number of children, 1. Love for children, not that high, really. Oh, well that's still screwy. Looks like my dialogue boxes just need work. Confederate attack Cyrus. He dies 4 times. She joined the Confederates and is leading the army now. And then, yeah, this transition I just haven't even made yet. I mean, it's like super rude of, or maybe the way that Cyrus met Alice. Looks like he's goose-stepping in his sprite animation. Well, so they all... The animation, that's Final Fantasy III's fault, a big part of that, so let's just ignore that. Because if you watch the animations of their movement in Final Fantasy III, they only move one leg. They just repeat that movement over and over again, just to save space. Anyway, so maybe the way that Cyrus met his wife, by the way... Woo, she's gone. Maybe the way that Cyrus met his wife is that she was dressed as a Confederate soldier. So it's important to note here. He has... So, number of legs you can see is now 1. Because we went through that scene... His leg got blown off, and his number of legs is now 1. So part of that is that that's a wooden leg. That's not a real leg anymore. She'd be found out in the army because she has no outline. That's true. Do I want to connect to that? Well, no, because I'm going to need an actual scene in between, and I haven't decided what that scene is going to be. Yeah, fix me. Some scene to transition to home life. Yeah, I don't know what that scene is going to be yet, so let's just not. Okay, they should probably go something other than... Have to draw a border on herself. No one could know. Oh yeah, right. Okay, so we need the outplaying Pee-wee scene so that we can really develop Charles's character a bit. Now the question is, do I want to use literally the same scene every damned time? How lazy am I? Here's what I'll do. I'll make it different by making the wheat use the same palette as the grass so that it looks like tall grass. I mean, it's all bullshit post hoc meanings here. What's hilarious is I'm using the same scene, but not in a way that saves any space or anything. I'm actually making copies of identical scenes. Oops, wait, this is still that. Let's not. Boy, this is a long walk. Should probably have him face him right at the beginning. Oh, it does look like long grass, actually. Impressive job, Yahweasel. You did it. Bye! Oh, we can't actually leave. Okay. Let's read some more East of Eden. You know what I need? I don't know what it is to drive a Pee-wee, and maybe I don't want to know, but I could animate that. Like, let's get a baseball. Let's draw a baseball. Like, this degree of animation shouldn't be that difficult. Do. Yep, that's nightmarish, thank you. Well, so what's going to be difficult is that I'm a little bit like the way that I draw sprites. There's a real focus on them being character sprites. I might have to change my like sprite loading code a bit just to make it a bit more flexible. Actually, let's look at update sprite. Down, up, left. The thing is, I do have some extra space here that I'm not using, and I don't think I'm going to use it, so I feel like I should just stuff something in there and say, oh yeah, this actually has the same sprite as Kane or something. And that way I don't have to, like, add a bunch of new stuff, I can just add a little bit. So, I will need in update sprite to have an extra position There is battle reverse here. I thought there would be, so why does this pretend like there isn't? I am confused. Battle, top, bottom, action. It should be 6. Oh, this isn't. Oh, this isn't. This isn't these positions. This is just how they are positioned in CHR memory. Yeah. Okay, I'm being silly, that's all. This is a reference so that I can take this and remember what the hell I'm talking about. Okay. Okay, so the... Yeah. Okay, so this is consistent. I have just as many walk phases and everything. So this is just where things are getting a little bit weird, because as well as all of this... Starting at 18, I've got my extras. Right? That's where it starts, right? Do. 6. No. Starting at 1A. Yeah. One A, 1B, 1C, 1D. So my extra sprites are just going to be extra positions, quote unquote, of the other sprites. Oops. So what was I for? See, like, here's the real position of, like, terrible variable names, because should I just reuse V in this confusing way? No, of course not. But V, like, I am RAM limited here. I think V is a global variable just so that I can reuse it in different functions, because your RAM is so limiting. You really don't want, you want nothing on the stack. So, like, V is just anytime you need a value, stick it in V. Try to remember what the hell V is. Oh, this is actually updating relative to the existing sprite. That's kind of interesting. Okay, so that'll just be update. Yeah, and otherwise that should be fine as long as I use the direction correctly. That's S. Yeah, S is their direction. And their walking status, okay. I mean, RAM is more than limited. In terms of stack, like, stack is the real problem. In terms of stack, I would say if you're using 128 bytes of stack, then you are using, like, a dangerous amount of stack. That's why, for example, like, these actions, when they mean move on to a different scene, instead of just calling this function to move to a different scene, they return and return, and, like, the main function, its main thing is, like, an infinite loop where it just calls the overworld scene, just so that everything is by return and not by call. Okay, well, actually, first off, let us try just sticking a Pee-wee in the overworld. Oh, I should probably actually draw something if I wanted to use it, and that makes sense. This should work. I can't imagine why this wouldn't do the right thing. That's why. Select, sharpen. Does that look slightly like a baseball? I mean, it's going to be gigantic. It's going to be, like, melon-sized, but... Look, I don't know what Pee-wee is. I'm not going to pretend like I know what Pee-wee is. I don't know what Pee-wee is. I'm actually just going to stick it in Cyrus's home. That'll be easier to see. What, do you hit a stick with a bigger stick? We're just going to imagine it's not that. Because drawing a ball is better than drawing a stick. Geez, what character did I actually make this be? It's the first one, which should be... Cain. Either Cain or Abel, I don't remember. So, the Pee-wee ball is also known as Abel, but in position 6. Well, that completely didn't work. There's something there. It knows that there's a sprite there. It just didn't draw anything. I am calling this, right? No, I'm not. Okay, never mind. That was probably the reason for that. I mean, it doesn't look terrible, to be honest. Hi! Of course, it becomes Abel when you talk to it, because it's not really meant to be an interactable sprite. Obviously, I will need to change the color scheme. That's not going to fly. But other than that... Whoop! Why, hello there, me. You know what I need? Because the thing is, I need to load this overworld, but actually immediately be performing an action. I might need like an overworld automatic action, or maybe I can just make an action that is in the position that you start in the world. That would be the better way. Let's just make a position that's where you start in the world. Make sure that that will actually fly with the current setup I have. Is this only after move that it makes the decision? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it has to take input first. Just trying to think how I actually want this to work. It's been a long stream. I'm starting to get towards, starting to just think, I don't really want to be doing this right now. I want to be doing something else. So we'll be ending this stream soon enough. Can I do this simply? Can I do overworld full reload? Fade in. Like, what will this do? No, that's what I figured. It didn't actually change the world. Demand donations to continue streaming. How about no? See, the problem with Overworld Full Reload is that it's Overworld Full Reload. I think I need to, like, separate the initial loading of the world from the actual, like, world action. That feels a bit unfortunate. God, you know what? World. It's this line. Like, this is the line I need, but this isn't... Yeah, this isn't movable because it depends on the particular bank's jump table. That might even be a global. Yeah, it is. Okay, here's what I'll do. Oh, the jump table's at the end of the C file, okay. Like I said, I literally just need this line, so I'm just going to make an extra function for it. These are all called prime because of how cross... I'm keep trying to say cross-platform, cross-bank calls go. The thing that's just named Overworld or just named Overworld Load is a cross-bank call, so I need the non-cross-bank version of it. Doop-a-doop-doo. That at least should compile. Now, I think... Yeah. Banks. Just banks. The word bank is... Da-da-da-da-da-da. Hey. Oh. God, I'm gonna have to be really careful about this. This is doable, but I'm gonna have to be very, very careful about it. And this will move down to 4, and this will move down to 6. Make sure I haven't completely broken it. I have not. Maybe change which scene I'm loading automatically. Oh. What? I have completely broken it. There we go. Usury jokes. Them usury jokes. Okay, so now I should be able to load an overworld without finishing this sentence. I'm unsure of why I have that working that way, but that's fine. So theoretically, when I go like this, it will load in that world and then load it in again. Yep. I would love for the protagonist to be facing right, please. And then check that like dialogue and such works. Oh, I didn't actually, since I didn't collect him as a character, he doesn't have a sprite. Come join me so that you can have a face. Oh, well that doesn't work. Okay. Yeah, but you're absolutely right about coding fatigue, so my solution to that problem is that maybe I need to go do something else for a bit and not worry about that. Load character ought to load. I guess I don't know that it loads. Oh, of course, I wouldn't even have the sprite loaded because he's not visible on screen. So that's why one doesn't have a sprite. Oh well. That's easily fixed some other time. You know, I'm doing a lot of work just to not add go.sh. Let's just add it to my git ignore. It's not all that changed, but whatever, that is true. Yeah, post could, in an alternate universe, be an abbreviation of position. It's just about possible that post is an abbreviation of position. Right, I'm going to have to do this. Yeah, that's what I figured. Make sure we don't forget those. Well, I think that wraps up this coding session, this codeine session. Oh, jokes. Trying to remember, can I like save a snapshot? Can I pause? Can I stop? If I stop, what'll happen? Stop that. That sounds like quit. Pause. Save. State. Doesn't actually matter, I'll just shut it down. Well, thank you for joining my coding adventures here. Didn't make a lot of progress, but I was, you know, more focused on sort of getting things functional in the first place. And I mean, we implemented like 3 scenes by some definition of scenes. Thanks, everybody. Possibly next week I'm going to play some random games instead and then come back to this the week after just so that we get a little bit more variety. But that remains to be seen. I haven't made any decisions. See you next week.